It's officially afternoon here in a very ugly Los Angeles LAX. Soup is on the menu. A lot of pea soup. I like pea soup, but not for plane spotting. Welcome back, everyone, to Los Angeles for another awesome day of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. I'm your plane jockey Kevin, back here at the East Economy parking garage overlooking the north runways. 24 left, 24 right. Between the hours of 2 and 3, we should have the planes flying directly over our head, as a monthly maintenance will occur on 24 right. So we look forward to that. Thanks for joining me here today. It's an ugly looking day, not gonna lie. It was worse this morning. It's slowly burning off, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's gonna get much better than this. At least we can see the planes, right? And by the way, I also have some really bad news for you Lufthansa fans. We will not see the Lufthansa Queen here today. She's not arriving until after 6 p.m. local time. Sorry. Had to get all the bad news out for you. We do have Japan Airlines Flight 61 heading to Tokyo Narita, 787-9 Dreamliner heading up here for north side takeoff. Our first arrival of the stream is JetBlue Flight 2801 coming in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It's an A321.
JetBlue 2801 Los Angeles Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land, and winds are 250 at 7.
JetBlue 2801, clear to land 24 right, thank you.
Plane 2096 Los Angeles Tower, plane for IFR traffic off Santa Monica for your release.
We do have Delta Airlines Flight 2096 heading to New Orleans. It's 737-800 leading the pack there on taxiway Echo. Behind her is WestJet Flight 1103 heading to Vancouver on the 737 MAX 8. Of course, we have the Japan Dreamliner. Jane with a $550 super chat through Tip Alert. Thank you so much, Jane. Jane says, have a great Tuesday, Kevin. Thank you, Jane. I tell you, I woke up this morning and looked out my window and it looked like it was snowing. You couldn't see in front of you. Reminding me of days growing up in Michigan. Boy! But it slowly burned off, and here we go with our Tuesday show. Thank you so much, Jane. Appreciate your awesome support as always. Enjoy. Like I said, at least we can see the planes. Couldn't do that a few hours ago. This flight headed to New Orleans. Of course, we have that WestJet and that Japan Airlines Dreamliner. First arrival of the stream at JetBlue Flight 2801 coming in from Florida, A321. Short funnel for 24 right. We'll swing the camera out there to the east. The WestJet line now. We'll head over to the Dreamliner.
Japan Air 061 Heavy Los Angeles Tower, runway 24 left, monitor lane.
Oh, Scott A.
No, 24 left, going up on the way.
69 saying good job on the camera work on the bus accident, which wasn't too far from us.
Victor and hold short for runway 24 left for departure. That's on Victor, hold short, 24 left, 28 on.
All right, the flight to Tokyo Narita up next for takeoff on runway 24 left. We can't even see the end of the runway. Pretty mild day out in terms of temperature. It's a lot warmer than I thought it was going to be. What's it saying on the screen? 19 degrees Celsius.
Japan Air 061 Heavy RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left,
60.
cleared for takeoff.
66 degrees Fahrenheit. I can tell you it's a little bit warmer than that.
1103, contact SoCal departure.
At least here at the parking garage. First heavy of the day, now rolling it down to 24 to the left.
Okay, buddy, 387 visual deploy.
37 Los Angeles Tower, caution white turbulence heavy, departure parallel, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Runway 24 right, clear.
Will we see it actually take off? It's going to disappear into the fog. And by the way, this is a true fog. This is not coastal eddy. A big difference. This is just hazy fog. Coastal eddy is like low clouds that just come in and gulp up everything like a super big gulp. This is just haze fog. An ugly looking kind of fog. Not that we, I mean, at least Eddie looks a little bit more put together. Craig Russell with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Craig. Says, hello, Airline Videos, Kevin. Hope you're doing okay. I'm still a little traumatized yesterday. It was not a good day. I almost became a victim when I was walking. Uh-oh. I hope you're okay there, Craig. Never a good situation. Been in plenty of those myself. Well, sit back, relax, enjoy the planes here today. Hopefully time will heal as it usually does. There's the Dreamliner there on Echo. You whistling at me? That is a Latam Dreamliner being brought over to Tom Bradley. Next arrival is another JetBlue flight, Flight 387, coming up from Boston, an A321. We'll be followed by Delta Airlines Flight 1715, coming in from SFO is 737-800. You have a Delta Heavy. It's a 767-300ER, coming in from JFK Flight 773, just 16 minutes away. So let me show you, since we have a little break in the action, that bus accident, right where that blue bus was right there, involving a bus and 3 cars. Not quite sure exactly how that happens. Actually, it was a bus. I think it was a bus like this teal one, which I believe is the East Economy bus. I don't know, they keep on changing these buses. I think it is a bus that takes you here to the East Economy garage. Another JetBlue A321 about to touch down our runway 24 right. I mean, I've been talking about how dangerous Jetway has become, especially since they opened it. This Uber lot is just something else. All right, so yeah, it was like one of these buses, which is, yeah, it takes you here to the East Economy. So it's a bus like that. So full of people heading here to the East Economy parking garage. Not a situation you want to deal with after a long flight, trying to just get home and 3 cars collide into your bus. I've seen the photo. I can't understand exactly what happened. Aggressive driving, I would assume.
Flight 9 calling. Flight 9, Los Angeles, Paris, Flight 0207.
JetBlue A321 heading into Terminal 1. We do have a United Heavy coming in from Tokyo Haneda, Flight 38, 787-10 to Dreamliner, just 8 minutes out will be a north side arrival. China Eastern decides to head to the south side today.
800 feet,
Though we do have Cathay Pacific Flight 885 heading back to Hong Kong, now pushing back from the west gates. I'm sorry, from Tom and Bradley.
And cleared into 5 Bravo airspace as requested, and Los Angeles altimeter 3007.
No, you know, Abby says everyone's in a hurry these days. Yeah, you know, around the holidays, I've always said this. When I was a TV news photographer, I was on the road every day. And on the road, 7 hours a day, I was driving around LA. This time of the year, because of the holidays, people are thinking about other things. They're in a rush to get things done. This is the time of the year when there's most accidents involving cars. Well, maybe in about 10 to 20 years, when all there is Waymo and self-driving cars, we'll see if that changes. I would certainly hope so. Of course, all I'm seeing anymore in my social media are more and more accident videos, including involved Waymo. Accidents happen. I never said that Waymo would never get into an accident. Accidents happen no matter what. I still love my Waymo. I still plan on taking my dad in a Waymo in Phoenix. In fact, I might live stream it. Of course, it'll be a members-only live stream. A PC Lawn Party says LAPD is doing pedestrian crosswalk enforcement on the west side. Yeah, they were doing that in the valley last week, and apparently a bunch of social media people got video of it, and there was kind of outrage.
Flight 9 traffic here, 2 o'clock and 3 miles, police helicopter, pier stop down 700 feet.
Outrage about LAPD setting people up in a sting operation, so to speak.
Westbound, 1,000 feet.
You guys want me to live stream? I will definitely live stream my dad in a Waymo for the first time. You betcha. And Charlie will probably be there as well. So it'll probably be me, Charlie, and my dad. Who knows? Maybe we'll do it Monday. I was thinking we were probably going to do it next Tuesday. By the way, I am wearing my PHX Phoenix shirt here today because we are going to Phoenix next week. Reminder, Tuesday, Wednesday, that is the December 23rd, that is a Tuesday. We'll start in the morning there at Phoenix Sky Harbor, and then we'll be there for Christmas Eve starting in the morning as well. So the 23rd, 24th, back in Phoenix next week. We got today's show, we got Thursday's show, and then we got Sunday's show here at LAX. So plenty of LAX shows coming up this week. But a reminder, next week is Phoenix, Arizona, Valley of the Sun. Should be nice weather, low 70s, sunshine.
Police 18, squad 0252. Police 11, I believe your company helicopter is north of your position.
As we have no action. This is really what I like for a live stream, and we have absolutely no action.
Police 18,
it's live streamers' dream come true. This is when Kevin starts looking left, starts looking right, looking for anything interesting to zoom into. By the way, so next week, so Tuesday, Wednesday in Phoenix, and then I'll be driving back the day after Christmas. We will have a Sunday show back here in Los Angeles on the 28th. Some of you guys have emailed me trying to figure out our schedule between Christmas and New Year's. So I will be coming back. I will be doing the show by myself on that Sunday, the 28th, at Imperial Hill. So if you are coming by, just be aware that Rudy will not be there that day. He's going to Miami with his parents for Christmas. He will be back. He will be back. And I say this again, he will be back in time for New Year's Eve, though he's flying back on the 30th. I said, that's cutting it pretty close there, Rudy.
Police 18, area 1 approved out of about 900 feet.
So we'll be high atop the edge of town for New Year's Eve.
2 miles between 500 and 700. Correct, between 500 and 700
Teresa says story time. I feel like telling a good story today. What kind of story you guys want to hear? Boy, this is so early to tell a story.
3791 visual 24 right. 3791 Los Angeles Tower, runway 24 right, third land. Third land, 24 right, towards 3791. That's fine, I'm maintain visual traffic Delta E.
It's like a Coast Guard helicopter flying at 2,000 feet above us. Ducky Pam says we all know what Miami is like. That is cutting it close. Oh, Pam, don't say that to me. I already told Rudy. I said, Rudy, you're making me nervous. You really are. You're flying back from Florida after the holidays, right before New Year's Eve. I said, you better be there. You better be there.
Flight 9, traffic cleared. 2 o'clock, heavy 787 descending through 2,900 feet before traffic inside.
Yeah, it is hazy. It's a haze. Not really a coastal eddy. That was really foggy this morning. It's kind of burned away. Now we're just messed with a soupy mess. Michelle Arras says, tell us a good story, cameraman, in your prior career. I've told you so many stories about my career. All right, we do have some arrivals. We'll come back to the story time. Next arrival is a flight coming from St. Louis. Southwest Airlines flight 3791, a 737-800. Followed by a heavy United Airlines flight 38 coming in from Tokyo, Haneda, 787-10 Dreamliner.
Mid-flight 9, additional traffic now to your total clock in 1 mile, 600 feet. Police helicopter report.
All right, we got no takeoffs. What's going on here today?
Police 18, maintain with separation with traffic. They're maintaining current altitude 1,000 feet.
Mateo, gardening service. Mateo with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Mateo. Says, hi, Kevin. I'm in Arizona. My aunt is coming in from SFO. Well, have a great time there in Arizona. Say hello to your aunt.
Police 11 do still have the King Air in sight to your south.
Friend David Fisher, 747, with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much, David. Oh, look at you already changed your profile photo with us from the other day. Happy Tuesday, Kevin. It was great to finally meet you and Rudy and enjoyed the show from the H on Sunday. Waiting at the north end at the west gates for Emirates before I get some PF Changs and fly back to Salt Lake City at 5. There you go. You go enjoy the PF Changs there and Tom Bradley. Great to see you. Thank you so much. David up hanging out with us. High top to Ichitel on Sunday. Also gifting Rudy and I both a $20 gift card for the In-N-Out burgers. So thank you so much, David. I'll treat my dad to some burgers this weekend. Have a great flight. Good to see you. Enjoy PF Chang's. I'm jealous. Always love the PF Chang's. The flight coming in from Tokyo, Haneda, 787-10, Dreamliner. Touching down at 24 right. Should be seeing that runway closing down between the hours of 2 and 3 o'clock, which will mean all arrivals and departures will be using 24 left.
United 38 Heavy, turn left, cross runway 24
What does that mean? That means planes will be flying directly over our head here at the parking garage. Hopefully for some delayed heavy action, maybe some delayed or early super action as well. That would be nice. Start looking at the flight radar and see if any of the supers or any heavy aircraft are going to be arriving in the 2 o'clock hour. Next arrival is Delta Connection, SkyWest Flight 3755, coming from Sacramento, and E-Jet, followed by CRJ 200 LR, coming from Prescott, Arizona, United Express, SkyWest, Flight 5112. Emirates, A380 Super, Flight 215, coming from Dubai, just 18 minutes out, should be followed by, or before, Qantas Flight 11, A380 Super, coming in from Sydney, 13 minutes away. So we've got 2 A380s looking like possible back-to-back arrivals. James Allen with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, James. This is any news on the theme building at LAX? Not that we have heard anything. They're very secretive about the theme building. To me, it looks like people have been in there. We've known that. The lights are back on inside. I'm not quite sure if they have cleaned things up. Years ago, I was told by LAX official that basically everything was left as it was when they closed down in 2013. The restaurant, we're talking about the restaurant up there.
Chester 98 Julia, Los Angeles Tower, wind 2409, runway 24 right, clear to land.
What an ugly day. I'm just going to say it is ugly out here. All right, up next is the CRJ 200 LR exhibited from Prescott, Arizona, United Express SkyWest, flight 51 at 12.
Victor 24 left on Victor, the ground. Okay, that was step forward. Yeah.
Adrian says nothing's due to happen at the theme building except some exterior lighting upgrades and landscaping. Yeah, that's part of that whole plan about the restructuring that they're doing at LAX in terms of lighting and landscaping. I was told a long time ago that LAX is not going to spend the money on reopening the inside restaurant area of the theme building.
Please say Los Angeles Paris Club 025.
That they would like some third party to come in and spend the money, basically. So we got to get the fine folks behind the TWA Hotel in New York to come and build a hotel and a restaurant there. I think that's really the only way we're going to get life back into the theme building.
Police 8 traffic, King Air 12 o'clock and 2 miles westbound 1,000 feet. Port traffic inside. Police 8, approved.
Oh, Margie says it's a beautiful sunny day in Michigan. Well, it must be nice, Margie. But let me ask this. It might be a sunny day in Michigan. How cold is it? That's the question. It might be sunny out. But how cold? Not a sunny day that you want to be spending outside, I'm sure.
Seahawk calling LA helicopter taken.
This ECHAD heading to Sacramento, Delta Connection SkyWest, flight 3812. As well as Delta Airlines flight 8930 heading to Minneapolis, 36-year-old 757-200, also marching down here. 36 years of age, and this airplane is carting around multi-billion-dollar players. I never understand that. Airline Flyer with the super chat. Good to see Airline Flyers. The suit needs planes for entertainment when we have Plane Jockey Kevin. Well, as long as I don't have to stand up here and start dancing to entertain you all, I guess I'll do what I have to do, right?
Delta 3930 Los Angeles Paris taxi full lane runway 24 left on away.
I guess this is what you would call the storm, or the calm before the storm, right? Holiday travel, gearing up here in the next, I would say what? Certainly the next week, maybe the next few days, but probably about well, less than a week away from the busy part of the travel. So, yeah, I guess you could say this is kind of like the calm before the storm.
1 mile west of your position, 700 feet.
All right, I want to take a look at this 36-year-old 757-200. I know a lot of you guys will say, Kevin, come on. Age is not a problem. Certainly with Delta, they take good care of these planes. I know they do, but 36. Sports charter heading to Minneapolis. Of course, they're going to replace these 757s with A321 Neos. That is in the plan.
Delta 3930 RNF Del Rey, runway 24 left over takeoff.
RNF Del Rey, 24 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 8930.
Sky 134 Foxtrot, contact, SoCal approach.
Let's just go, let's take a little Foxtrot.
Let's see how smoky this is. Oh, not too bad. Disappear into the fog.
504 Los Angeles, turn away 24 right, third land.
4 right, third land, 0534.
There it goes. Straight into the fog. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Sea 413 Los Angeles Tower. Los Angeles,
Thomas Morse says, hey Kevin, the new JetBlue lounge looks interesting and they're adding first class too. Yes, they're calling it Mini Mint. Mini Mint, which is basically the Mini Mint on JetBlue is basically going to be what everyone else has at this point. The first class section with 2 seats. You know, did I get excited about that? I guess we'll see what the price point is. I think that's really what I'm interested in. What that price point is going to be for the Mini Mint compared to the regular Mint that they offer. The Blue House is what they're calling it. The lounge there in New York, announced last week. It's going to be kind of hard to get into. It's a small space. They're trying not to have too many people in there since it is a tight space. So you have to be a Mosaic 4, which is up there. I got to tell you, Mosaic 2, and to get the 4, that's a long way away for at least your Plane Jockey Kevin. You also have to have the really expensive credit card. I haven't looked into that. It'll be interesting to see what the annual fee is on that credit card. Plus, if you're traveling to Europe out of New York on the Mint Suite, then you're invited to the Blue House as well. So there's only 3 ways to get in there. It's going to be kind of tough. The one thing that kind of just was like, they have a nice bar. I'll give them that. The bar looks nice, but the food is all in plastic containers to take it to go. When you're spending all that money, especially on the credit card, to get that status on JetBlue, the last thing you want is food in plastic to go. I might have to work on that. Of course, the Blue House is also coming to Boston. Don't expect it to be here in LA since JetBlue. I don't know. They're not sold on the West Coast. I don't know why. Delta A321 Neo next up. I do see the Qantas Flight 11 A3D Super on the downwind leg. Be here in about 6 minutes. Some ribbons with that moisture in the air.
Please 18, thank you. Traffic 12 o'clock, 1 mile. Company helicopter, 700 feet for traffic in sight. Seahawk 413, leaving on single stop forward, switch to the southwest, we're terminated. Keep the close contact, Hawthorne. Police 18, verify you have police 8 in sight. Police 18 approved.
Yeah, the expensive credit card. I don't know. I have to look at that. I keep on forgetting to look at it. By the way, that flight was coming from Orlando, Florida, of Delta Airline Flight 504. Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 2119, Kevin from Minneapolis, the 737-900ER will be followed by back-to-back A380 arrivals. Emirates Flight 215, Kevin from Dubai, running pretty much on time. Scheduled arrival time was 12:45, estimated now at 12:38. Be followed by Qantas Flight 11, running about 11 minutes behind, but back-to-back A380 action. Coming up next here on the north side,
Thank you.
on this gloomy, ugly day here in the Southland. Oh, Arizona Rail says the Delta 757 is taking the Memphis Grizzlies to Minnesota to take on the Timberwolves tomorrow night. They beat the Clippers last night in LA, winning 121 to 103. Thank you, Arizona Rails.
Our
friend Joni with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Joni. Says, got a heartwarming Christmas story from the news days. You know what? I think one of you guys asked me that the other day, and I said I need to think about it. I think I got to think about that one, Joni. I'm sure I do.
Traffic, company helicopter to your 12 o'clock, also 1 o'clock.
Let me think about that, Joni. I'm sure I do. It's going to take me a few minutes to get this brain to go that far back. Alvanor with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Alvanor. Says, update. I received my second 1 in 72 scale SG57 model, as well as my limited edition USMC 250th anniversary coin. Today I received my F-35 model. All right, Alvanor. Still waiting for that photo. Wait until you get your new one today. How awesome. Well, enjoy. I'm sure you're super excited. I'll singer. The director's chair. Director's chair emoji. I like that. All right, up next, Emirates. We do have Singapore, Flight 101 in the Star Alliance livery, heading to Tokyo Narita. It's a 777-300ER heading down to Echo. I'm sorry, the Emirates is following Delta Flight 2119 coming from Minneapolis, 737-900ER. There's that Star Alliance, all white, that white tail with Singapore. Joni, I'm still sitting here thinking. Nothing that pops in my mind offhand. Like, I can think of really bad things, of course. Isn't that human nature? But to try to think about some heartwarming Christmas story that I did in my TV news days. I'm thinking there's one that pops in my mind, but I wouldn't say it was like a heartwarming, cry your eyes out moment. I'll keep thinking here. Until now, we got the Emirates A380 Super up next. Be followed by the Qantas A380 Super. Emirates putting her down a little farther. So yesterday, the Qantas A380 Super landing here on the north side actually went around. It was not captured by the 24-hour cameras. We went back to look. There was a lot going on at the exact same time that the Qantas A380 Super went around here on the north side. Same time, we had an alert too on the south side. So my focus was everything going on the south. But Qantas successful landing on the second try here on the north side. So a couple of stories now that Joni, now that I've had my thinking cap on here for a second. I always worked Christmas Eve and I always worked Christmas Day. And of course, in the newsrooms, we didn't have a lot of people working. And of course, there really wasn't a lot of news going on during those times. Sometimes they did have some breaking news. And I'm trying to think, there was a year there was something bad did occur on, was it Christmas Eve or Christmas Day? Can't remember if it was here in LA. Anyway, I'll keep the good stories. The good news stories. We used to do these things called nat sound packages, natural sound. So basically, I would go out and, you know what, I'm going to hold my story because I'd rather have you guys hear the GE90s. Let's listen to the GE90s. We'll save the story. Next arrival is United Airlines Flight 2684, committed from Chicago O'Hare. A brand new A321neo just delivered in October of this year, followed by Qantas, the A380 Super, committed from Sydney. Cleared up to line up and wait there on 24 left. Still looking for our next A380 Super. Not seated just yet.
United 2684, hold short, come on, with 24 left. Singapore 11, heavy RNF Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. RNF Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear takeoff, Singapore 1180.
Alright, this is all white Star Alliance 777 300ER Singapore blending in with our ugly looking day. The shit looks beautiful. The day looks ugly. She looks beautiful. Lining up to for left. Our next A380 Super breaking through the fog.
84 Yankee cross, 24 left, straight ahead, go to Charlie, ground point 75. Cross runway.
Beautiful arrival by the Qantas A380 Super. The Emirates making that turn. We'll be heading to Tom and Bradley. We'll be seeing the Emirates A380 Super taking off here on the north side later this afternoon. Got the big queue. Qatar Airways Flight 739, Kavita from Doha. A350, 1,007 minutes out. Will be a north side arrival. All right, Joni. Back to your question. Joni's question was, do you have any Christmas feel-good, cry your eyes out, Christmas news stories you can share with us? All right, so I was talking about how I used to work Christmas Eve, Christmas Day every year. Didn't matter, always had to work the holidays. Poor me, right? So there was hardly any reporters that would work on the holidays. Of course, everyone wants it off, right? So they were short reporters. Well, they knew that Kevin could go out and do interviews by himself. Now, the other photogs didn't want to do it because that was extra work. Some people just kind of showed up at work and just, you know, wanted to do the least that they could. While Kevin shows up to work, Kevin wants to do the best he can every day. That's just in my blood. So they would come to me every Christmas Eve and Christmas Day and say, "Hey, Kevin, how you doing?" "Yes, what do you want?" "We want you to go out and do a natural sound story, not sound piece, because we're short reporters." Christmas Eve, now in Christmas Eve in Toluca Lake, which is there in the valley, every year, I believe they'll still do it this year, they have this big semi-truck in Toluca Lake. It's called the Caroling Truck. And every Christmas Eve, this Caroling Truck is full of residents from Toluca Lake and the surrounding area, and they sing. It's amazing. There's snow that is being blown off the back end of the truck. And they do it every Christmas Eve, and they go from block to block to block, and everyone in the neighborhoods has like these parties at their house. Then they come out and they all sing. I'm telling you, it's like a Hollywood movie. West, next up for arrival, 24 right. So, you may think, well, that sounds great. It sounds like just a parade in the street, whatever. I'm telling you, it will bring out the emotion in you, no matter if you're the biggest Scrooge there is. Seeing a community come together and sing along, and it brings so much. I mean, every single person. If they are the biggest Scrooge in the world, it doesn't matter. This truck, this Caroling truck, comes rolling down your street in your neighborhood, and instantly everyone has a smile on their face. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And for many years, I would spend my Christmas Eves doing natural sound stories on the Caroling truck. And every single year, I'd walk away from that with, tear in my eye. It was a great way to spend Christmas Eve. Natural sound story that I did with the Caroling truck on my old Instagram, my old TV news Instagram. There's also one on there. So the last year I worked in TV news, I did the Caroline truck on Christmas Eve. On Christmas Day, they sent me, because I did such a great job at Christmas Eve, they said, Kevin, Merry Christmas. Now you're going to Riverside. You've got a 4-hour drive. We're sending you to Riverside. We want you to do a natural sound story on the Mission N Inn there in downtown Riverside. The Mission Inn every year is an old hotel there in downtown Riverside. They have, the whole hotel is just decked out with lights, Christmas trees, people singing, whatnot. And so I went down there and did a natural sound story on the Mission Inn Christmas on Christmas Day. And I found, I was always good at finding the unique little things. Outside the Mission Inn, there's a little walkway, vendors outside the hotel that, you know, are selling popcorn and decorations and whatnot. There was this older gentleman. He was sitting by a fountain and playing an instrument. I believe it was the trumpet. And I saw all these people surrounding him, and I thought, what is going on over here? So this old man playing a trumpet, sitting on basically like a bench outside of a fountain, had a dog next to him. And the dog would sing with the trumpet. I said, oh, I've got to put this in my video. You can't go wrong with the dog singing Christmas carols with the trumpet. Believe me, let me find the video and I will I'll play the audio clip of the dog singing Christmas carols with this older gentleman playing the trumpet. It was gold. It's a moment that everyone will always forget, or will not forget it. Maybe they forgot about it. I never forgot about it. All right, let me see if I can play that clip for you. Shouldn't be too hard, because I really haven't posted anything on that Instagram account in a really long time. There it is. Oh, by the way, the dog had sunglasses on. I don't know if I can jump. All right, let me jump to it. All right, we got more planes coming. Well, actually, we have a... Okay, I found it. Stand by. Let me pause this. Pause. Okay. We do have a heavy up next. The big Q, the A350 1000. Flight Kevin from Doha. Did you guys see that video? It was on social media of the big Q arriving in Atlanta. Almost having a tail strike, eventually going around. All right, so I'm going to play the audio.
Oh yeah, big lines for sure, but it's worth it.
Okay,
This one here.
Here we go. Now I'm gonna get it.
I play Christmas music at the Mission Inn. Me and the dog sings with me.
He's actually not tone deaf at all, too. He was killing it. Pretty good job on it, yeah.
Andy. His favorite is Silent Night.
You know, him playing just made, being at the Mission Inn a really good time.
All right, there you go. His favorite was Silent Night. Oh! Delta flight heading to Atlanta, 767-400 ER. See what you've done, Joni. Alvinor back with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Alvinor. Says update. I'll have my models on the table and comparing their sizes to everyday items. The SU-57s are quite large. Well, I look forward to it, Alvinor. And Alvinor back with another $5 super chat. Since the planes have more vapes than the quick E-Mart today. I love that joke from the announcer back at Miramar. Well, enjoy them there, Alvinor. I can't wait to see the photos. Frontier A320 Neo. Some big news with Frontier in the last 48 hours. Bringing in a new CEO. Does that signal a change in the future with Frontier? Current CEO has been has been the CEO since 2016. So could there be some big changes on the horizon with Frontier?
Delta 446 heading, runway 24 left, Delray, good to go. West 1023 LA Tower, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
All right, this Delta 767-400 ER heading to Atlanta.
Runway 24 left.
I know, hopefully I don't. Hopefully the dog singing the Christmas tunes doesn't give me a copyright strike. Arrrr!
Sorry, that's what you are, Squad. Delta 2050, walk 3555. Left 35 left, 695 LA Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 24 right, left, 695. 728, Tower.
Corporate jets, short final, 24 right.
Delta 446, contact departure. Delta 446, have to get a West Jet 1023 on F Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
All right, West Jets lined up.
Runway 24 left, line of boy, you'll follow one departure off to the south side of the
Flight
field.
heading to Calgary, 737 at MAX 8, flight 1023. Next arrival is Alaska Airlines flight 695, give it up from Portland at 737 900 ER.
And at Whiskey, hold short of runway 24 left.
The Southwest flight heading to Houston, 737-800, Southwest Airlines flight 2873. We got that Alaska flight up next, 737-900 ER.
1023, contact departure.
American West 1023, come on.
And that officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. It is just after 1 p.m. here in a very soupy-looking LAX. The show must go on as you're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spawning action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at the parking garage. Hope you guys are enjoying this show, enjoying my stories. And we'll find a few more to talk about as well as we continue on here today. Make sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Make sure your notifications are all up to date as well. Our next live broadcast will be on Thursday. I had teased a couple weeks ago that we might be in Ontario. We might. I still have not heard anything back from Ontario. There's been some people on vacation, so things are not moving as fast over there in Ontario. If I hear anything in the next 24 hours, maybe today, then we might be going to Ontario this week. If not, we'll be here at LAX high atop the H Hotel on Thursday. Of course, we'll be back for the big Sunday show on Sunday as well. As we continue our soupy day here at LAX. Mateo back with the $1 super chat. Thanks so much, Mateo. Joni back with the $2 super chat says thank you for the story smiles. I'll send you that story, Joni. It's on social media. It's on Instagram and my old TV News Instagram account. Ron and Linda back with a $5 super chat. Good to see you guys. Says, love the Christmas story. It makes the show more personal. Thank you guys. Where did you eat on these assignments? What is happening on Terminal 5 at LAX? Why you always got so many loaded questions there, Ron and Linda. Let me start with that last question. What is happening to Terminal 5? Terminal 5 is officially being torn down. We'll get a good shot of it on Sunday. The building's officially being torn down. They're going to be rebuilding that. We heard it's going to be modular units, but I haven't seen anything in the works in terms of building any modular units on the upper north side of the airport. So we'll see what happens there. I'm not quite sure why they would have to do modular units on 5 since it's not in the middle of the airfield. But it's being torn down and rebuilt in time for the Olympics, maybe. Everything's a maybe with LAX in terms of will the train run in time? Well, maybe. Will Terminal 5 be back in time? Well, maybe. Not 100%. Your other question was, where did you eat on those assignments? Gosh, I wonder. I have one of the cutest photos. I used to live in the valley, so that first Christmas Eve story I was talking about, I don't think it was the last year that I did that. I think I did the truck, Caroline the truck story the year prior. And I went home. I lived in Burbank at that time, so I wasn't too far from Toluca Lake. So I went home. I parked the live truck in front of the condo I was living at in Burbank. And there's a cute photo. I'm in the live truck editing the story, and Sammy is sitting on my lap. Sammy was in there spending Christmas Eve with me there inside the live truck. I believe that was what year did I leave? 2021? I believe that was 2019. I think that was the year before the pandemic. So I would just bring a salad. I always had a salad every day at work because you just didn't know where you were going to end up. You could end up in a really bad neighborhood, and the last thing you want to do is, trust the food at some restaurant that probably has a C grade. So I always brought food with me. I rarely ever ate out during my time as a TV news photographer. So. Hopefully those answer your questions there. All right, we do have another heavy short final.
Taking the 554 LA Tower, approximately turn left, turn 787, runway 24 right, turn to line.
American 787, next up for arrival, 24 right. Want to see what I ate as a TV news photog. I don't know, Allison. I wonder if I could just link it. I would say, Allison, could you put a link into the chat of, if you remember, maybe you don't remember, the behind-the-scenes video I did as a TV news photog with Bill Malusian. It was a rainy day. Do you remember that video? It's on YouTube. I remember I ate a salad on camera on that video. Let's see if Alice can find it. If you can, I can send it to you. Yeah, Teresa. Maybe I could put that photo of Sammy sitting on my lap as I was editing on Christmas Eve on the community post. Don't let me forget. All right, Allison says she's on it. The backstory of the video. So before I started doing all this airline videos, live stuff and airline videos, I've talked about it. I was bored. I was bored being a TV news photog. I had done pretty much everything you could possibly do in terms of that industry. I was basically in every red carpet here in Hollywood and all the events and this and Super Bowls and this. And it just, after a while, I hate to say that, it got boring. And so I thought, well, YouTube is kind of up and coming, so maybe I need to basically document how I do this job as a TV news photog. Maybe people will find it interesting. So I brought a GoPro with me a couple of times on assignment, but it was really hard to do because I was trying to do the story or get the story at the same time, trying to record myself doing my job. So I tried it out. I said, well, let's do this, and we'll see how it goes. People must be really interested in what goes on behind the scenes of a TV news job. I'm pretty sure they would enjoy it. Boy, was I wrong. I did 2 of the videos, and they flopped. They flopped on YouTube. I was reminded at that moment that no one cares, Kevin. No one cares about what goes on in the TV news industry behind the scenes. We in TV news think our job is all glamorous and people might want to see that. The general public really don't care. And I realized that after publishing 2 of those behind the scenes videos, that there was hardly any views, there was hardly any talk about it, and I thought, well, this is not going to work. So I gave up on it. But going back and looking at those 2 videos that I did behind the scenes at Fox 11, they really are awesome videos to this day. All right, we do have a Queen flying over. Plane and chain at Queen, 747-400. We'll be heading to the south side. We'll be arriving on the 25 left. We can actually see that good. Well, all this soupiness. That was Kaleta Air, plane and chain, 747-400, an old passenger plane, now cargo plane, 36 years of age, coming in from Anchorage, flight 983. We'll be heading there to the south side. Next arrival is American Eagle, SkyWest, flight 316, an E-Jet coming in from SFO. All right, Allison has just posted one of the 2 of the behind-the-scenes videos I did. If you guys want a better visual of my days as a TV news photog. But if you wanted to see what I ate for dinner every night, it's in that video. Because the reporter that's in that video is Bill Malusian. He's now a network reporter for Fox News. So anyway, I started doing those YouTube videos thinking that people would be interested in seeing what life is like as a TV news photog, and I realized real quickly that no one cares. No one really has any interest. And when that happened, I thought, okay, you just spent a lot of time trying to put this together. It's not worth continuing with it. And I think that was about the time that I really started really thinking twice about what I was doing with my career. And I had to sit there and go, well, do I really even care what I do in the TV news world? Maybe I don't even care, and why is anybody else going to care? And so I sat there for a very long time and said, Kevin, what is the one thing that makes you happy? I said, well, I like to be at airports. So my inner self said, Kevin, then you go to the airport and you spend that time and that energy that you're putting into documenting your life as a TV news photog, and now spend that energy and that time in producing some good quality work at the airport. I said, that's a great idea there, Kevin. So that's how Airline videos came to be. It started, my YouTube started with those behind the scenes with my job, and it failed. And then Airline videos, not the live part at this point, Airline videos came to be out of that. This will all be in the book that I'll release at some point in my life. All right, another Delta 757-200 heading over there to 24 left. wasting any time. It should be a turn and burn. Burn it, baby. Rolling down to 24 left. So I started spending my time here at the airport. Anytime I head off from working in TV news, you'd find me here at LAX. I was on the Imperial Hill. I was in Plane Spotter Paradise for hours on end, shooting as much video as I possibly could.
2130, contact departure.
And it was a creative outlet for me. I was still working in TV news, still doing everything. And I was somewhat still enjoying it, but I was really enjoying coming out here to LAX. Any given moment of being able to come out here to LAX, that was my happy place. So then the pandemic happens. Oh, chapter 2 of the story. You ready for this? Well, you're going to have to wait. We have a heavy short final. British Airways 777-300ER. Now short final for 24 right.
LA Charlie, Altimeter 3004, clicking to Bravo airspace as requested, 1043. Traffic, a mile south of the Delta 2267 tower, runway 24 left, line up and wait. Police 11, traffic, a mile to the west, your position is company 16 at 700 feet, they got you in sight.
Another heavy touching down here on the north side. That's line 283, 11-year-old 777-300ER. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines Flight 3284 coming up from San Antonio, a 737 MAX 8. We have Korean Air Flight 11 wearing the updated livery, the 747-8 Intercontinental, just 5 minutes out. All right, so chapter 2 of the story. So Kevin gives up documenting his behind the scenes at work there as a TV news photog. Now he's spending every waking moment out here at LAX. Officially, Airline videos is now being created. The year is 2019. And I'm out here grabbing all 4K video as much as I can. 747 galore, you know it. So I'm out here all the time. Then we all know what happens. Pandemic hits. And basically this airport went from extremely busy to not busy at all. And of course you really couldn't even come out. I mean, Imperial Hill during the pandemic had police tape at the hill. Where we stand at Imperial Hill, I have photos of it. Police tape. They wouldn't even allow you to stand out there. So plane spotting during the pandemic did not happen. Some people came out, but I gotta tell you, if you posted a video, you posted a photo of being out plane spotting, and you posted it on social media at that point, you'd get a lot of nasty comments from a lot of people saying, "What are you doing? Why did you leave your house? Why did you go out and plane spot?" And because of that, even though I had a document from the federal government that says that I was a employee of a TV station, I had an official document. I don't know where it is. I have it somewhere. I should probably put it in a plaque somewhere that said that I could drive the streets. I could do whatever I wanted because I was a TV news photog. we got pulled over by the police. You know, it was a stay-at-home order. So anyway, so plane spotting, as we all know, just did not happen in 2020. So, if you're following along, Kevin found his happy place. And Kevin's happy place was all of a sudden now taken away. Of course, we all have our own stories during that time. I'm sure a lot of you have a lot worse stories than I do. So it just didn't happen. It didn't happen. It was taken away. At that same time, you know, life was miserable for a lot of us. And my life just about came to an end in the spring of that year. And it had nothing to do with the virus. It had to do with my job. And I can't really get into too much detail on it, but basically I was kidnapped at work by Night Point and held. And that was the point in my life when I said, I'm not doing this anymore. I am not doing this anymore. And thankfully at that time, we were slowly getting out of the stay-at-home order at that point. So I was able to come back out here and plane spot here at LAX.
Police 3 traffic a mile southwest of your position is police 11 at 800 feet.
But that was the turning point. I said, you know what? I got to do whatever I got to do to turn this love of aviation, what is certainly a hobby at this point, and I got to find a way to get away from a situation that almost brought an end to my life, and I can't do that anymore. It's too dangerous. So that, I believe, I'm trying to think when the time stamp of this whole thing was. It was around the same time that we started launching, or was it a year later? It might have been a year later. We started Airline Videos Live, and that's when you guys started showing up and supporting the channel, and I thought, all right, this might work. And if you guys remember the first 6 months of the live streams, I would still have to go into work, so I would try to do a live stream in the morning before I had to go into work in the evening. And you guys would be upset. You said, well, no, we got to find a way to make this your full-time gig so you don't have to go to work. And you guys made it happen within 6 months. It was unbelievable. And you guys are the ones that took me away from that awful situation that I was in, and I will ever be grateful for you guys.
Police 3, Police 16 's just ahead, they got you inside.
Another E-Jet. They're on 24 right.
Over 3265, tower runway 24 left, landing from weight.
Next arrival is Green Air Flight 11, committed from Seoul, 747-8 Intercontinental with the updated livery. That E-Jet committed from Reno, it's like 4099.
Southwest 4099, hold short of runway 24 left.
The 24 left, guys, 4099.
After 505 LA Tower, approximately turn trailer 747, runway 24 right, turn to line.
No, there have been no knife situations since. I mean, in the early days of Airline Videos Live, we had, you all know about Cookie. But at that point, the situation with Cookie was no big deal in my eyes. Certainly after what I had been through, it's like Cookie was a piece of cake.
3265 on Del Rey, runway 24 left, super takeoff. 511 Tower, 24 left, minus weight. Sorry, 513, 24 left, minus weight. On a landline coordinating on this call with us. Today, VFR frequency change approved.
I was wondering when we were going to see that updated livery again. It's been a while.
Police 11 frequency change approved.
Johnny back with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Johnny. Says, I'm thankful you tried something new. Well, me too, Joni. You know, I've said this many times in the last 5 years, coming up on 5 years. I used to say this to the kids all the time. I said, you know, you go through many jobs in life. Many of you guys know this already. You go through many jobs in life. You know, my first job was working at Arby's, selling roast beef sandwiches 5 for $5s. Well, that wasn't going to be the end job in my life. We all knew that. That was just your entry-level job, and there was certain things you did that job, you learned certain situations, and you moved on to the next job. I mean, I worked in 8 different news markets throughout my career in TV news. It was a lot of moving around. It was a lot of working in different markets. And each market brought unique things I learned from. And you grow and you mature and we all know that. But I think a lot of kids nowadays, they need to be reminded of that it may not be the best job in the world at the moment. It's not forever. But you will learn something and then move on to the next. And I think that goes on, and it should be, for your whole life. Never settle, keep striving, keep finding the one thing that makes you happy. All right. You know what makes me happy? These queens flying above us. Another Coletta Air wearing the older livery, 747-400, heading to the south side.
Altimeter 3004, switching to Bravo airspace, squawk 0224.
Now we'll bring it back here to a very foggy taxiway echo.
Right there on station. So you're in area 2 on station there, correct? Thank you.
Number 2 for takeoff is a Turkish Airlines A350-900. Flight 180 heading back to Istanbul. Avianca heading to San Salvador, flight 523 and A320neo. A Coletta Air Queen coming in from Honolulu, heading to the south side. Awesome support from Bobby B with a $150 super chat through Tip Alert. Thank you so much, Bobby. Bobby says, "Whoa, Nelly, thought I heard all the Kevin stories. Boy, was I wrong." Bobby, I'm full of stories, as we all know. And I think I have talked about that early on in the history of the channel. I haven't really talked about it much in a while. The person was charged. He did go to jail, and I try not to make a big deal of it because, well, you know, kind of a public figure now, a little bit different than what I was back in the day, but it is a history, and how this all played out is certainly, you can't ignore the fact that because of that happening, on top of a lot of other stuff at that time, that everything kind of came together and created what we have now. Things happen for reasons. They certainly do. And I'm a believer that you can't just turn your back to certain situations that maybe happen in your life. They certainly have either made you grow into a better person. In this circumstance, maybe Airline Videos Live wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. So I don't think I can be too shy about that. It certainly is the history of the channel. Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that. Happy holidays. All right, Turkish A350 heading back to Istanbul.
So 3875 tower, runway 24 right, clear to land. Echo, contact departure. Contact departure, Turkish 1 for Echo.
Flight arriving, coming up from SFO, Delta Airlines flight 2272, 737-800. Next arrival, Southwest Airlines flight 3875, coming from Oakland, a 737-700. Right now, 757 Chip with an awesome $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Chip. A flying pair. I'm not even quite sure the pairs would be allowed to fly here today with the soupy weather there. I think the pair would turn into applesauce. Thank you, Chip. Andy Cameron with a super chat. Thanks so much, Andy. Says, Kevin, keep doing what you're doing. You love doing it, and we love watching it. Keep up the great work. I will certainly do that, Andy. Thank you. Appreciate that. No place I'd rather be than here, giving you guys a live stream here at my favorite place, LAX. That is Delta Airlines flight 914 heading to Minneapolis, a 737-900ER. It will be followed by Air Mexico flight 783 heading to Guadalajara, a 737 at MAX 8.
Delta 914 with 2406 on airfield, ready runway 24 left, supposed to take off. Mexico 783, runway 24 left, on its way. Runway 24 left,
Alright, so coming up, at least as far as I'm concerned, as long as they haven't canceled it, we should be having 24 right closed down between the hours of 2 and 3. Which will be bringing these arrivals over here to 24 left, so be flying above our head, and now I don't see why they would cancel that because of the fog here today.
Mexico 793, wind 2306 on FL Ray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Runway 24 left on FL Ray, South 394, runway 24 left, line of void. 24 left, line of void, South 3694. Delta 914, South Central Side departure.
All right, the flight heading to Guadalajara, now rolling down for the left.
The Whiskey Hold short, runway 24 left.
Well, down, we'll turn for left, South 38. Step south.
Sound of a 767 starting its taxi. As at Aeromexico 737, it disappears into the fog. My friend Skittles with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Skittles. Skittles says, Kevin, thank you for feeling comfortable enough to share the history behind Airline Videos and Airline Videos Live. How lucky are we as viewers to gain access to where your happy plays? Thanks for welcoming us aboard. Well said there, Skittles. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Yeah, you know, things happen for reasons in life, and I think everything all comes together and is formed. Eventually, Airline Videos Live Plus. Kind of amazing, really, when you think about it. CRJ Sky at West, American Eagle. Next up for arrival 24 right is that Delta 767 makes that right-hand turn on the taxiway Echo, now heading to 24 left. Hi, how's it going? What's your name? Yeah, nice to meet you. Where are you from? Oh, okay. Is it better down there? Or is it look like this? No, I mean, is it foggy down there? Oh, it really is.
Got 4911, call for north 2 left, contact ground from the south.
Better to be here, huh? Yeah. Very nice to meet you, yeah. Lufthansa's not showing up until 6.
Frontier 2503, LA tower, wind 2106, runway 24 right to the land.
Yeah, it's late.
Frontier 2503, 24 right to the land.
And this Delta 767, 300 ER, 29 years of age, heading to Honolulu, flight 465. Will now line up 24 left. Alright, 767 ready to go to Honolulu. Spencer, you ready to go back to Honolulu? Looks like it's kind of clearing up closer to Dockweiler, slowly but surely. Ron and Linda back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Ron and Linda. As we watched your TV news vlog, impressed with the van and the equipment, you make a killer salad. Your story is the American dream. Stay at it. Thank you, guys. Yeah, that salad was really good. I used to make that. I used to go to Trader Joe's back in the day when I used to go to Trader Joe's until a certain someone ruined it for me with the salt talk. But anyway, back in the day, I used to go to Trader Joe's and get all the fruits or the vegetables and make my own salad, cook the chicken, bake the sweet potatoes. I really look forward to the salad every single day for dinner. But you can check it out there on the TV News vlog. Frontier A321 Neo.
1647, wind 2306, RNAV Delray, runway 24 left, close for takeoff. RNAV Delray, 24 left, close for takeoff.
Put her down. There you go. Like it was halfway down the runway. There's a flight coming in from JFK. Hugh, the Manatee livery, 1-year-old A321 Neo. Delta A321 Neo heading to Salt Lake City. Delta Airlines flight 1647. Be followed by Air Mexico. 737 at MAX 9 heading to Mexico City, flight 645. Quality Mobile Video. Hey, good to see you. With the $5 super chat. I remember watching the crazy guy near the In and Out where you handed him a $20 to go away. Hey, I was trying to convince him, hey, you hungry? There's In and Out down the street. Anything to get away from me, yeah. Honolulu. Yeah, that was Cookie. Good old Cookie. I'll tell you, if there's anything anybody remembers most about this channel is Cookie. It's amazing. Cookie and Holy Moly. Those are the two things that will go down in history with the channel. Cookie, Holy Moly. Of course, we're not done yet. Hopefully, we have some more memorable moments here on the channel. I'm on accident watch down below. Things are getting crazy down here with the Uber and Lyft drivers, I'm telling you. Michael Woodruff with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Michael. Says, today we watch one of these 777-9s land here in Spokane, Washington, up close. Rare visitor here, even though we're not too far from Boeing Field. Sometimes we get lucky with the test flights. Lots of fun. Yeah, I can't wait to see that with my own eyes. Of course, is it next year? 2026, early next year, I believe we'll start. The airlines will start taking delivery of those aircraft. I was thinking of why would Lufthansa be selling off 2 of their 747-8s? We talked about that on Sunday. Actually, Yankee Golf that we saw land on Sunday's show is one of the 2 aircraft that is going to be sold to the U.S. Air Force. And it got me thinking, why would they do that? Certainly in 2026. And I'm thinking, well, they're going to start taking deliveries of the 777X in 2026. 4-engine versus 2-engine. All right. Might as well make some money with the Queen. preparation for the 777X there with Lufthansa. So maybe that was one of the reasons. Now with a definite delivery date early of 2026 that they're more comfortable in now selling off some of their 747s. Don't be selling too many of them off.
77241 on Airline, Airbus 3 miles ahead, wind 2307, runway 24 right, middle and.
But we definitely can't wait to see that 777X here at LAX. Of course, there's excitement building as well for the 737 MAX 7 Southwest. Pretty confident that they'll start taking deliveries of those next year as well. And of course, the 737 MAX 10, which they are showcasing as to the airlines, is the plane to fly for domestic and international routes. Most efficient in terms of, I'm trying to get my words, what I'm trying to say. Basically, a lot of seats on that 737 MAX 10, a lot of space to work with. And so the airlines can make a lot of money on that plane. So they're really pushing for delivery of that 737 MAX 10. Of course, Southwest is watering in their mouth waiting for the 737 MAX 7. What's the correct word for that? Cost efficient.
Delta 895 with travel 2406, runway 24 right, middle end. 24 right, Delta 3 again, runway 24 left, on the way.
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, as the U.S. government, I mean, you got to look at, you need some queens. Who keeps up their queens the best? Well, I mean, you've got Air China, you've got Korean, which they already bought 2. Korean might be saying, well, we can't sell you anymore. And so they probably looked at Lufthansa. Lufthansa's like, well, name your price. And certainly they did. But I'm sure Lufthansa looked at it and said, well, around that same time, we should be taking delivery of the 777. You know, we used to have, before the pandemic, we had 2, during the summertime, we had 2 Queen, Lufthansa Queens here at LAX. The 456 and 450, both were 747-8s. That will never happen again. I think this summer, the A340-300 that we've been having, flight 450, the second flight coming in from Frankfurt, I think is being switched to a Dreamliner this year.
3632, runway 24 left, on the way.
MTB Oliver 805 with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Oliver. Says, hi, Kevin. Enjoying the live video. Where can I find your video from your days in TV news? Thank you. Allison was putting it in the chat. I'll have Allison put it in the chat again, the link to it. I think maybe, as long as it continues like this, we should burn off the remainder of the fog at the end of the runway so we can start catching the full takeoffs. We're getting closer. That was JetBlue Flight 388 heading to Boston, an A321. Next arrival is an A321 Neo with Delta, Flight 895, coming from Atlanta. Next arrival, 24 right. Couple of E-shots going to be taken off here on the north. This one lined up heading to Reading. United Express SkyWest Flight 5401. Be followed by United Express SkyWest Flight 4756 heading to Arcata. Our next heavy arrival is a special livery. Lot Polish Airlines Flight 21, a 787-9 Dreamliner coming from Warsaw, wearing the Independence livery. This is an aircraft we don't see too often here at LAX. Of course, we've caught it before on our live stream, but I want to say it's been at least 6 months since it's been here. We are approaching the 2 o'clock hour. We should see 24 right close between the hours of 2 and 3 for the monthly maintenance. So all action will be pushed over here to 24 left, arrivals and departures. So we'll be seeing these planes flying directly over our head. Hold-in will be in Phoenix next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, the 23rd, 24th will be in Phoenix, Arizona for live streams there at Phoenix Sky Harbor, and then we'll be back there again in January on the 14th and 15th of January. The 15th, that is a Thursday, the inaugural flight of Starlux coming in from Taipei, A350-900 there in Phoenix. We'll be out for that. But we are in Phoenix next week for you. Lot Polish Airlines breaking through the haze. Gotta find her.
Stop 1741, cross runway 2 for left, contact ground point 65. 2 for left, down point 65, Southwest 731. Delta 895, cross runway 2 for left, contact ground point 65. Tower, Southwest 2500 ILS, 25 come off with 25 on 2 left, front bottom, 165 runway 2 forward, to the left.
Definitely nice to see a lot landing here on the north side, usually a south side arrival. And of course, as a north side arrival, wearing a special livery.
Lot 21, cross runway 2 for left, contact ground point 65.
I should have no problem heading to the gates. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines Flight 2500 coming up from Denver, a 737-800. Looks like KLM decided to head to the south side for the flight heading back to Amsterdam, Flight 602. Also have Air Tahiti Nui Flight 7 coming up from Paris. The Dreamliner 787-9 Dreamliner 5 minutes out will be a north side arrival here. As the soupiness continues. Friendly reminder, if you haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the bees, subscribe. If you're new, then make sure your notifications are all up to date. Our next live broadcast will be on Thursday. Now, we've been working with Ontario to get you guys airside access there again. This was the week that we had put in for. Now, there's been some people on vacation, so things have gotten a little delayed. I hope maybe to hear back from them within the next 24 hours. If not, we'll be back here in Los Angeles high on top of the H Hotel on Thursday, and then we'll be back for the big Sunday show on Sunday. And then next week, we take you to Phoenix, Arizona for 2 days.
$87 Hotel, 12607, runway 24 right to the land.
Air Tahiti Nui, the flight coming up from Paris. Next arrival here on the north. Will be followed by JetBlue, flight 323, coming up from JFK, an A321 not a Neo.
1309, runway 24 left, line up away. Sit out, Roger.
Alaska flight 1309 heading to Seattle is 737 MAX 9. Next takeoff here on the north side. So we wait for that Dreamliner.
Alaska 1309, 12606, our nav Delray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Takeoff 24 left.
We're going to get today in terms of soupiness.
Dreamliner, the parallel to 2 mile funnel, 12506, runway 24 left, for the land.
All right, lots heading into one of the north side gates of Tom Bradley.
1309, contact out departure.
Turn the camera back around. Air Tahiti Nui, the Dreamliner, Kevin from Paris, up next. And that officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. It's officially 2 p.m. here in the Southland, and not the best looking day ever. But we'll get through it. We will. As we continue on here for LAX Plane Spotting Action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. You just heard there ATC announcing that 24 right is now officially closed for the next hour. So all arrivals will be flying over our head here at the parking garage. So stay tuned for those loud sounds, amazing views. Thanks for joining me here today as we continue on. Let's see, what is our first arrival on the 24 left? That would be JetBlue, flight 323 coming from JFK and A321. Had a chance for Virgin, but Virgin going to the south. We'll be followed by Southwest Airlines flight 1712 coming from Dallas Love Field, a 737 MAX 8. Let's see, do we have any heavies? Ooh, yes. Yes! Look at Asiana flight 204. If that doesn't go south, it should fly directly over us. There's no reason for it not to land here on 24 left. Asiana flight 204, 21 minutes away. You ready for an A380 flying over your head? Also, ANA. Flight 126 coming from Tokyo Haneda, a Dreamliner, 27 minutes out. That's what I was hoping. I was hoping for Asiana would have hit it. Their scheduled arrival time was 2:50. It's arriving early, 2:24 p.m. All right, let me make sure tripod is ready here. Fix some things. All right, our first one, JetBlue. Giving us San Diego vibes. Avianca up next for takeoff. A320 Neo heading to Guatemala City, flight 641. Followed by Delta Airlines flight 2551 heading to Portland at A319. So if you're just joining us, 24 right is now closed down between the hours of 2 and 3 o'clock. This is their normal monthly maintenance. Tomorrow they will close down to 24 left, and having 24 right is the only north side runway between the hours of 2 and 3. So this happens every month. Usually toward the end of the month. Of course, we've got the holidays coming up, so they've moved it up.
Block 641 was 2306 on Ampere Ray, runway 24 left, perfect takeoff.
24 left, go right, takeoff.
Arizona Rail says all that's missing is the sound of the crossing going off for the coaster or the Amtrak Pacific Surfliner train. Yeah. Well, we got the whistle. got the cops out, pulling people over. How about that? Does that work? Beep, beep. Uh-oh. Someone got a ticket. Well, isn't that special? No.
Delta 2551, wind 2606, RNAV down ready, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV down ready, 24 left, clear for takeoff. Block 641, contact SoCal departure. With departure, that's like 641.
All right, the Delta A319 now rolling down at 24 left, heading to Portland. All right, got that Southwest flight up next. Which will be Southwest Airlines Flight 1712, coming up from Dallas Love Field, a 737 at MAX 8, followed by a heavy Delta Airlines Flight 767, coming up from JFK, a 767 at 300 ER.
One night of tower, Delta 767 heavy, 3 miles to the ILS 24 left. Delta 767 LA tower, 2507, runway 24 left, clear to land. Delta 2551, contact SoCal departure. Departure.
I just realized the planes are not flying directly over our head. Close enough that normally when I come here into the parking garage, I'm actually like, I'm right next to that post. So I'm a little bit further to the north. Slightly. What is there only, how many spaces between us? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 spaces in between. I've been coming to this location just because I think I like the shot better, but not completely directly over us as it has in the past, but close enough.
Southwest 1712, turn left on Echo, contact
Got that Delta 767 up next.
North ground, Southwest 1712.
At A380 Super, Flight 204, coming in from Seoul, just 23 minutes away. Close enough, you guys say? All right. Actually, I think it's a little bit better because sometimes those over-the-head shots can be a little hard to get. You got to time it out just right. All right, the Delta 767 at 300 ER up next. this was the norm a few summers ago. Every day, as they were working on 2-4 right, we had all arrivals and 2-4 left. Those were the days. Alaska Horizon Flight 2279 heading to Everett Payne Field in E-Jet. Next takeoff, 2-4 left. I feel like the air is getting a little bit cooler, and that could be good news for this fog and haze. As the temperatures drop, believe it or not, this fog will disappear. The ocean, the Pacific Ocean here in Southern California is quite cold, and when you got nice warm temperatures, certainly on the IE and whatnot in Orange County, tend to get a lot of fog. So as the temperatures cool down, this fog should start burning away even quicker. I'm no meteorologist. And our legend Shane gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Awesome support from the legend Shane. Thank you so much, Shane.
Brother 279, contact SoCal departure.
Departure, good day, guys, 2279.
Now, if you were just gifted a membership, maybe you've been a member here on the channel before, maybe you just got gifted a new membership, keep those memberships, because we're going to be having membership-only live streams. Now, they won't be traditional live streams like what you see today. It'll just be bonus material, kind of like when I took you guys to the McDonald's, the first McDonald's ever, a few weeks ago. Working on some more behind this, or walk and talk type things. I got one in mind. I'm going to put my dad in a Waymo in Phoenix for the first time. That will be a members-only stream. So memberships are a very important thing here on the channel. And Legend Shane, thank you so much.
Delta 2606, wind 2505, RNAV.
Start the flight heading to Seattle, flight 2606, 737-800. We do On the Pond, flight 126, coming from Tokyo Haneda, 787-9 Dreamliner. 8 minutes out, looking like maybe it's the next arrival here on 24 left. It's like I told you the backstory on why it's a big deal of me taking my dad in a Waymo. He's from Michigan. They don't have Waymos in Michigan. Even if they had them in Michigan, I highly doubt that he would even take it. He loves his cars. He has an old car, 57 Nomad. He spent a lot of time, a lot of money refurbishing that car. So he's a car fanatic. And he's coming to town on Friday. And on Saturday, I think I'm going to take him to Bond's Big Boy in Burbank for the car show. Maybe he'll see Jay Leno there. So he is a big car person, old car person, new car person. He likes cars, always liked cars. My grandfather was the same way. Both of them worked for General Motors, GM, back there in Michigan in Lansing. So that's the backstory. So he's a traditional car lover, and I mean traditional. I mean, he's driving a 1957 Nomad, Chevy Nomad. It's an old car. He loves it. No, give me the new car. So, but he enjoys driving around in his 57 Nomad. He goes to Woodward there outside of Detroit every year, shows off his car. Are you catching my drift where I'm going with this? he enjoys driving and he enjoys older cars. So the Waymo self-driving taxi is not his choice, lifestyle choice, if you get what I'm trying to say. He's never been in something like that, and I'm not even quite sure he's even seen a Waymo in his life. So, to me, I want to see what he thinks, first of all. And I want to do it live. He may not appreciate that, but I want to do it live. I guarantee you, like I said on Sunday, I think once he gets in it and, you know, the first couple blocks, you know, I'm going to put him in the front seat. He's probably going to be like, this is really weird. I mean, it is kind of weird. When you first get into Waymo, you're like, hold on to dear life. But after the first couple miles, you're like, oh, now it feels like just, you know, Joe's driving me around. No big deal. And I think he'll realize that after the first mile or 2 miles, whatever. He'll be like, wow, this is really cool. And I think if he has any fear, he probably doesn't have any fear in driving that, but if he had any thoughts about it before, I think they will disappear within a matter of minutes, and he'll think this is pretty cool. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll hate it. Say, I never want to get in a Waymo ever again. I don't know. We'll find out. Well, that will be next week in Phoenix. I'm going to drive him out to Burbank in my Toyota. That's a whole different story. It says, can I bring the beep button? Yeah, well, it'll be members only. If he swears, he swears. I don't think he'll swear. I'm telling you, Waymo it's kind of a big deal here in LA, but it's really not. Like, if you look at the map of Waymo here in Southern California, you can't take it to the valleys. You can't take it to Burbank. That's why I have to drive my car over to Burbank. The closest, and I should say this because my friend Chris Hughes, you guys have seen him on the show before, he texted me last night. He was coming back. He was coming back from a trip and from LAX, and he knows I live pretty close to LAX, and he said, I just passed by you. I wanted to say hello. I said, are you in a Waymo? He goes, no. I said, you can pick up a Waymo at the In-N-Out Burger on Sepulveda. That is the closest place you can get a Waymo at LAX. You're going to have to walk over there. But he lives near Hollywood, so technically he could have gotten the Waymo from the In-N-Out Burger to Hollywood. Now, if he lived in the Valley, the IE, Orange County, fortunately, Waymo you can't take it to those places. The map is kind of, in terms of LA, it's pretty small. It does not go into LAX. It goes you'll see Waymos cruising down Westchester, which is just the street just north of 24 right. But they cannot enter LAX, and they can't go south of LAX. The only place, and of course, this kind of goes out to people that may be coming to LA and you want to try a Waymo. Just get yourself to the In-N-Out Burger, and then you can take it. You can take it to Hollywood and whatnot. Now, he wasn't aware that you could get the Waymo at the In-N-Out Burger, so I said, well, maybe I need to talk about it a little bit more, because I don't think a lot of people know that you can get the Waymo at the In-N-Out. So go grab a burger. Go grab a burger and a Waymo and take it for a ride. So with that being said, LA Waymos they're here. You'll see them around Westchester, certainly Hollywood and all that jazz, but the Valley, you won't see them. Now in Phoenix, it's a whole different story. Phoenix, last time I was in Phoenix near the airport, and they're allowed in the airport, they're allowed on the freeways in Phoenix. There was one intersection, it was on Thomas and 40th Street, which is not too far from the airport, just north of Phoenix Sky Harbor. 40th Street and Thomas, I am not kidding you, I saw 5 Waymos all in a line waiting to make a left-hand turn at the light. 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waiting to make a left-hand turn at 40th and Thomas. That's when you know that's the future. So I think, to me, I think they drive a little bit different in Phoenix versus LA. So my dad's first Waymo experience, I would definitely want to save it for Phoenix. All right. Enough Waymo talk. Next arrival is on the pond, the Dreamliner. It's flight coming in from Tokyo Haneda. We also saw the Asiana A380 Super.
Dreamliner short final, wind 2805, runway 24 left, for the land. 24 left, for the land, up 664. Southbound 126, turn left at Victor, turn left on to Echo, contact ground on .65.
Oh, Don boy. That awesome super chat. Appreciate that. This is good news, Kevin. Aviation was my most watched channel according to YouTube in 2025. Apparently I have good taste after all. Cheers to 2026. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. That is good news. Not a bad thing. All right, Asiana heading here for north side arrival following Delta Airlines flight 634 coming up from Detroit. 737-900ER, followed by that A380 Super, going to be flying over our heads here to LAX. Oops. If you guys are just joining us, 24 left is closed down between the hours of 2 and 3 o'clock for their monthly maintenance. Wednesday, they'll close down to 24 left between the hours of 2 and 3.
Again, the 204 in tower with 2606 on the 24 right, pretty much 24 left for the land. Running 24 left, touchdown 0.
Asiana checking in, and Greg becoming a golden member once again. Thanks so much, Greg. Terry with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Terry. Says, Kevin, how about a Waymo in the snow? Thanks for the show. You know, that's a good question there, Terry. I had heard that Waymo wouldn't work in the snow because Waymo needs to figure out where the lines are on the pavement. Now, apparently, Waymo has been testing their Waymos up in the upper peninsula. Let me say this again: the upper peninsula of Michigan. So they've been working on that. I don't know how many years they've been up there, Terry, but they're officially bringing Waymo to Minneapolis. Minneapolis, that's a snowy place, and they're bringing in Waymo there. So they've been working on the technology in good old Michigan, of all places. So it's the future. It really is. No denying. I've always said I want my own Waymo. I don't need to drive a car anymore. I don't need to drive this thing. I want it to drive itself. Thing's always yelling at me anyway. Look straight. You're not looking. You're not paying attention. And I yell back at it and say, you drive yourself. Why are you so picky? I'm a good driver. Don't yell at me. Asiana, Flight 204, coming up from Seoul, the A380 Super. Next arrival, runway 24 left.
Asiana 204, turn left at Yankee, contact ground point 65. Left turn Yankee, ground point 65, Asiana 20.
Michael Turner with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Michael. Says, your dad seems like an old soul to me. All about our old classic cars. I'm also down in Jackson, just south of Lansing. Yes, I've been down to Jackson a lot as a kid. We had some family live down there. Sure, there's some old car shows we used to go to down in Jackson. Here's some great history there in Michigan that you would only know there in Jackson, Michigan. WILX Channel 10, the place to be. NBC, their studios used to be in Jackson, Michigan, but the demographics, the DMA was Lansing. WLNS Channel 6, the CBS affiliate, had their studio in Lansing. Channel 10 had it down in Jackson. As I was growing up, they eventually moved the studio up to Lansing, but for the longest time, their main studio was there in Jackson. I'm sure if you really don't live in mid-Michigan, you're like, oh, that's really interesting, Kevin. Not. All right, some more aircraft flying overhead. Not as heavy as that Super. Delta Airlines Flight 2766 coming up from Portland, and A319 up next, followed by E-Jet, United Express, SkyWest Flight 4633 coming up from Boise. Might have Delta Flight 422 coming up from Honolulu, 767 at 300 ER, 15 minutes out. Arriving almost an hour early here. Should also be a north side arrival. But Paul remembers WILX. Kathy Schmaltz, remember? Kathy, she was the main anchor there at Channel 10, Kathy Schmaltz. There is the third. So we've talked about Gate Gourmet Sky Chefs, which we took you basically on a tour here at LAX. This is one of the other ones, Flying Food Group. Their kitchen is off the premise of LAX. I believe their kitchen is just east. I believe it might be in Inglewood. Readjust my tripod standby. Just tripped over it. Stand by. There in the distance, that is Asiana heading to the gates. We'll head back to the east. Next arrival in E-Jet. We're going to Delta connection E-Jet up next. This flight heading to San Diego, Delta connection SkyWest flight 4001. Our next arrival on 24 left is Delta flight 2327. 737 900 ER coming from Minneapolis. Our Legend Jane back with an amazing $550 super chat through Tip Alert. Awesome support from our Legend Jane. Jane says, I'm enjoying the show as always. Your dad's Chevy Nomad is beautiful. I remember seeing it on the Grand Rapids camera. Yes. Yeah, he drove that thing, parked there right next to our cameras when we were in Grand Rapids a couple of summers ago. Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome support. Can't thank you enough. Amazing support from Legend Jane. Jane actually met my dad back in October there at the TWA Hotel. My dad was super excited to meet you, Jane. And yeah, it was quite the moment for him. So thank you so much, Shane. We'll hopefully do it again. He wants to go out to the TWA in the springtime. He's all prepared to go back out to TWA and hang out with everyone. I said, you know what, you and I, we could just go meet up there in the January, February, Dad. We could just hang out there. He said, no. I want to hang out there when you're doing your show because I love interacting with all your viewers and your mods and everything. So we'll do it again soon. Hopefully join us, Shane. I'm sure you will. Last January, if you guys remember, this time last year, it was kind of a rough time. You know, I just had surgery in September. I was still doing PT 3 days a week, if you guys remember that. Ugh, dreaded having to get up at 5 a.m. to go to physical therapy Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. It was not the best days of my life last year. And then the fire happened. If you guys remember the big fire on January 7th, and the mood was just, it was bad here in Southern California, and the air quality was horrendous. And I remember I told my physical therapist, Michael, I said, I got to get out of here, Michael. I said, you won't see me next week. I promise I'll do my exercises in the hotel room, but I booked a flight and I'm going to the TWA hotel. I got to get out. So I flew out to New York and stayed at the TWA hotel for a couple of days, and it was freezing cold out. I mean, there's no way I could have done a live stream, but that really wasn't the purpose of going out there to do a live stream. It was just to get away because, you know, like I mentioned earlier, this is my happy place, being out here and being with the planes and being with you guys and doing the live streams. I also enjoy not doing the live streams and just hanging out and watching the planes. And the TWA hotel during the wintertime, it may be cold outside. It is. They have that heated pool on the rooftop deck. The rooftop bar and restaurant is also enclosed during the wintertime. And it is just a cozy, they do a great job, and it's just a cozy place. And I really did enjoy going out there last January. Of course, it was more of a relief just to get away from all the craziness that was going on last year, but it really is a happy place. And I really feel like I want to do that again in like January, February. It may not be a place to go do a live stream during that time, but I just enjoy sitting there at the TWA hotel, and it may be freezing outside, but you can still sit there and watch the planes and enjoy and have a great time. I don't know. I really did enjoy that. And I think that's what I was trying to get with my dad. I was like, if you really want to go meet up again at the TWA, I can meet up with you in January, February. I have no problem flying out there for a few days and just relaxing. And he said, no. No. I want to hang out with your viewers. And I said, all right, well, you're going to have to wait until spring then.
24 left, take off South 75. Alpha 3417, contact SoCal 0. SoCal 3417.
Southwest flight heading to Denver, flight 785, a 737-800. Next arrival, another E-Jet coming from Vegas, Alaska Horizon, flight 2014. Yeah, I think at some point after the new year, you're probably gonna see me take half a week off and just go somewhere just to unwind a little bit. As you guys know, I really never take time off. Because to me, this is work. It's a lot of work running this channel. I'm always working. Just ask Allison. I never get a day off. I never get a minute off. Those 24-hour live cameras are always needy. They always need something. So at the beginning of the year, it might be good for Plane Jockey Kevin just take a few days. I won't take a whole week, but just a few days. Go somewhere, just unwind. Crazy those 24-hour cameras are. I was talking to the engineer last night because we were having some issues with the south side, and I texted him at 9:30 and I said, "Hey, could you look into something? Something is not working." He said, "Yeah." So then he was texting me back and forth, and he texted me at 10:30. I didn't even hear the text because I fell asleep. He was still texting me about the 24-hour cameras, and I said, I'm out of here. I've been dealing with these things every moment in the last year. My friend Bill, SU77 with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Bill. Bill says, Kevin, thank you for all that you do to keep Aviation the best out there. You are a great leader, and to the mods, you are the best. You got that right. Merry Christmas and a happy birthday to Cheryl on Thursday. Cheryl. Well, happy birthday to Cheryl there in Chicago. Thank you, Bill. Bill's always watching us on their 24-hour live feeds. Aren't you, Bill? You know, the funny thing is, you know, so here's a laptop. Like a laptop like this. It's not this laptop. I have another laptop that I use for other business-related stuff. It's actually an old laptop that we actually used to use for a live stream, and it's just not good enough to go out in the field anymore, so I use it at home or wherever I go. It's a computer that can log in to the 24-hour live streams up there at the H Hotel. We can log in remotely through the web to basically change something, fix something, move the cameras around, or track the camera. If there's an alert to whatever, we do it remotely through a computer. I've gotten to the point now that I can't leave the house without the laptop. It's like, you know, the president always has the red bag or whatever, you know, just in case, you know, the world starts going crazy. I kind of feel like your Plane Jockey Kevin, no matter where he goes now, has to have the backpack with the laptop inside, because we've been having a lot of Alert 2s here at LAX. If you know what Alert 2 is, it's an emergency. Now, it could be a major emergency. It could be, you know, something that the plane has to come back to the airport. It's a little bit heavy on fuel, which is not big of a deal. It could turn in. They could certainly blow some tires and whatnot, so you never know what you're going to have. But we do get a lot of Alert 2s here at LAX. So every time that gets notification on my watch, on the phones, whatever it is, if it's in the middle of the night or if I'm out having a good time, I always have that. I try to always have that laptop with me. So what I'm trying to say is, even if I take a few days off for a vacation, whatever it may be, a vacation at the beginning of the year, I'll still have my laptop with me in case there's an Alert 2. I'll never truly, fully break away from it. That is the Qantas A380 Super being brought out there to the west, remote side of LAX. Next arrival, short funnel for 24 to the left. That was Southwest Flight 756 coming in from Vegas, a 737 at 700. Next arrival is Alaska SkyWest Flight 3321 and coming in from Eugene, Oregon. It's an E-jet followed by another heavy. Delta Airlines Flight 422 coming in from Honolulu, 767 at 300 ER. Got about 13 minutes left of the closure of 24 right as they're still working on doing their monthly maintenance over there. Steven, becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Steven. Friendly reminder, if you guys haven't yet, if you're liking today's live stream. I feel like I've been talking about a lot today. Is that okay? I probably am like, well, you're not going to have as many planes here today, Kevin, so you got to fill the time with some talking over there.
Fire 5, you're requesting shoreline route?
Make sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't yet. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. You know, Airline Videos Live Plus, our sister channel that houses the 24-hour live broadcast, almost to 20,000 subscribers, which is amazing because that is a fairly new channel. Almost 20,000 subscribers already on the second channel. As we're trying to get to 1 million here on the main channel, I think it's going to take some time. As we're inching closer to 900,000, that was slowly but surely. Get more flights setting out here. We'll be departing on 24 left. Alaska E-jet, SkyWest.
Traffic 5 mile final, be ready to go. I'm going to keep 4 left on up and wait. 24 left, I'm away, Southwest 33.3.
They're going to get the Southwest 737-700 heading to Dallas Love Field, flight 3363. Our next arrival is at Delta 767-300ER coming from Honolulu, flight 422.
Southwest 3363 on FL Ray, runway 24 left over takeoff. Over takeoff, 24 left, our FL is Southwest 3363.
Chat asking, did I ever get a new pet? No, I never did. Too busy. I feel like we've been seeing a lot more Southwest 737-700s at LAX recently.
In 1498 LA Tower, traffic hold in position, 12706 from my 24 left.
We're going to swing that back around. Delta 767 up at next.
Fire 5 and 1 mile leaving Los Angeles Bravo. Keep the subject set among us. 3363 contact still confirmed. The 511 LA pulling from a 24 left line up and wait traffic 6 mile final, be ready to go. Over to 511 and we're Viva 511 verify line up and wait runway 24 left traffic 5 mile final, be ready to go. Okay, line up and wait runway 24 minutes.
Viva.
422 heavy left Victor left echo ground.
Flight 511 heading to Guadalajara and A321neo up next for takeoff. Our next arrival is United Airlines flight 1498 coming in from SFO, a 737-900ER. I don't think that's going to happen to ATC. Viva.
United 1498 reduce the final approach. We are there, United 1498. Viva 511, just hold short, runway 24 left.
I was going to say, you're going to have to.
Hold short, runway 24 left, Viva 511.
All right, so ATC pulling their back, saying hold short. That was not going to happen. Even ATC asking for the United flight to reduce its speed, and they said we're already there. So instead of causing a go around, hold Viva. Good call. I'll swing back around. That flight coming from SFO, United 737-900ER.
LA Tower, traffic hold position, 12507, 124 left, good land.
Viva A321 Neo. Now we'll line up. The fogginess is getting worse. We are approaching the 3 o'clock hour. 24 right will open back up. We do have Starlux Flight 6 coming from Taipei, A350-900, 6 minutes out. Will that would be after 3. Will we see Starlux arrive here on 24 left, or will it switch back over to 24 right? Sometimes it gets a little delayed, a little after the hour. Viva disappears into the soup. Next arrival is Alaska Horizon Flight 2147, coming from San Jose in E-Jet, followed by another E-Jet, Delta Connection, Skywise Flight 3902, coming from San Jose. Due southwest, heading to Salt Lake, flight 1741, another 737 is 700. Also, Delta Airlines flight 428, heading to La Hui, and A321 in Neo. Both those waiting to take off on 24 left. Thomas Moore, CQ with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Thomas. Says, I'll be looking to try American Airlines A321 XLRs at some point. Premium economy eastbound. Return in flagship. The Greenwich, Chelsea, and Soho lounges are nice. I gotta tell you, Thomas, that does look very nice in those A321 XLRs, especially the flagship. Same setup as the Mint Suite on JetBlue. Looks really extremely nice. I gotta try that. Maybe I'll take that to JFK. Who am I kidding? JetBlue all the way. Oh! 24 right is already open. All right, so Starlux. Starlux is our only hope for another heavy on 24 left, but 24 right is now officially back open. Well, they went fast here today. So we're back to normal operations. I think we have one more 24 left arrival, which would be United Express SkyWest Flight 5307 coming from Fresno and E-Jet, and I think things will then switch back to 24 right, which would be in time for the Starlux A350. That's all right. We had an A380 arrival here on 24 left. That's what you want to see.
Houston Aviation, 1000. Short traffic 10 miles final, runway 24 left line up, runway 24 left line up, Delta 428. Surgeon 006, heavy light turn, runway 240 at 5, Airbus in position, runway 24 left, clear to land.
What? All right, did you just hear that? Starlux cleared the lane on 24 left, not 24 right. 24 right is back open, but I'm sure the plans were already made for Starlux to arrive at 24 left. So one more heavy arrival here on 24 left. Alvador back with the $5 Super Jet. Thank you so much, Alvador. This is on December 31st, 2025. Would mark 1 year since the retirement of Later Tater. Isn't that amazing? Quite the party for Later Tater. High atop the H Hotel there last New Year's Eve. That officially takes us to the top of the hour. Just after 3 p.m. here in a soupy looking LAX. As we continue on with LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. I am your plane jockey, Kevin, as we count down the seconds here to our last heavy arrival over our heads here at the parking garage. Sit back, relax, I got you covered. Make sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you're new as we continue on here in a very ugly looking day. No way to sugarcoat it. It is ugly. You can't have it all, right? We were here, what, Thursday of last week? That was a beautiful day. You could, it was as clear as day. You could see miles and miles and miles away. And then it was kind of weird after I shut things down at about, geez, when was it? So it was right after sunset. It's about 6, 7 o'clock at night. All of a sudden, coastal eddy comes over Santa Monica. It just came up over Santa Monica, then it kind of disappeared, and then it kind of came, it basically came into LAX about 8, 9 o'clock that night. That was last Thursday. But if you guys remember the day, time, it was super clear. And then that evening, boy, the coastal eddy just rolled in and just gobbled everything up and then pretty much disappeared again. So what this is fog and haze. It's not pollution. I know it looks like pollution. It's not pollution. It looks kind of grayish, yellowish, only because of the sun. But I can guarantee you it's not pollution. I wouldn't be out here if it was pollution. All right. Next heavy arrival on 24 left, Starlux Flight 6, coming from Taipei, A350-900. Chris will be out for Starlux's inaugural flights there in Phoenix in mid-January. feel like we're your official Starlux channel here in Southern California. If you guys remember, we are out here for the inaugural of Starlux here at LAX. We are at the inaugural for Starlux in Ontario, and now we're going to be in Phoenix for their inaugural there. Because the only one we missed was San Fran.
Norfolk 206 Heavy, traffic in position with traffic on final.
This flight heading to Denver, Delta Airlines flight 2004 in A319. All right, I think we have one more. Yes, one more arrival at 24 left. Last airline flight 696, the 737 MAX 8. In fact, they've already got the next arrival on 24 right. You can see it behind the Alaska. Of course, that fog is not helping the lens here today.
Confirming the last. 696 cleared 124 left.
696 confirmed, runway 24 left for the land.
Thank you.
Delta 2004, contact SoCal. Position 2, test 1.
Whee. So I believe that pretty sure that's the last arrival on 24 left. The 24 right arrival already short final. Delta A321 and Neo.
696, last turn on Eagle at ground point 65. Left turn, ground point 65.
Imagine if we would have had a double landing on the 2-force. It's happened. That would have been a sight to see.
Plane 14 left Victor, cross, runway 24 left, and ground plate 65.
Then A321 at Neo, Delta, flight 2914, coming up from Seattle. Do have a Delta 767 at 300 yard, now pushing back from Terminal 3, heading to JFK. There is a Arizona Queen. Not quite sure if it's going to be heading to the south side or stay here on the north. It is just over Hollywood, Arizona. This is the old Asiana Cargo Queens. And with the merger of Korean Air and Asiana, they had to get rid of their Asiana Cargo division. So we'll see if that arrives here on the north side. We certainly hope so.
24 LA Tower, 12306, runway 24, right for the land. That was 4126 LA Tower, now Delray, runway 24 left clear for takeoff.
Next arrival is the Lufthansa A380 Super, flight 452, Kevin from Munich.
5767, and the exit, hold short of runway 24.
Mike Bravo. We're in the updated livery. More than likely that Arizona will head to the south side as we'll make a wide turn to the south. Linda Kavinsky, our friend there in Chicago, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. Linda will be out here for New Year's Eve, high atop the H Hotel. Linda, you'll be happy to know I ordered a bunch of New Year's Eve things. Banners, glow-in-the-dark things. I ordered just a bunch of stuff off of Amazon. I don't know if it's going to be good quality or not, but it started to roll in today. I'll take a look at it. If it's not, I'll just order some more. But we have a lot of stuff. Linda's always eager and willing to help with all the decorations at her events high atop the H Hotel. I got some glow-in-the-dark, neon light up sunglasses. I don't know if they're going to be any good or not, but I thought they looked like fun. All right, A380 up next. I think Arizona is going to make that wide turn to the south. There's nothing in its way for a 25 left arrival. And of course, I got some noisemakers for New Year's Eve. Hats, you know, all that jazz. Flutes for the champagne. Should be a good time. All right, up next, the Lufthansa Flight 452, keeping it from Munich, the A380 Super. Now, if you're tuning in, you didn't miss the Lufthansa Queen arrival. In fact, she won't be here until after 6 p.m. In fact, we won't even be here to get her arrival here today. You will have to tune in to the 24-hour live broadcast high atop the H Hotel for the coverage of the Lufthansa Queen. Crossover 24 left. Right, Arizona heading to the south side. We'll be arriving on a 25 at left. We do have Top Air Portugal, the A330-900, the Neo, coming from Lisbon, wearing the 100th aircraft sticker. 19 minutes out, not sure if it's going to be a north or a south side arrival. Also have Eva Air and the Star Alliance livery flight 1 and 2, coming from Taipei, the 777 300ER, just 27 minutes away. That Delta 767 you see there on Echo heading over here to 24 left. So we were talking earlier about that bus crash that happened here at LAX yesterday evening, and we had taken some video, got a shot of it on our north side at 24-hour cameras. Allison said, put it on Twitter X. I said, all right. Actually, it wasn't even a thought to put it on Twitter X. That was Allison's idea. I said, good idea. All right, so I put it on Twitter X. That video, and it's one long piece of video. I think it's 30 seconds long in the same shot. You can't really see too much, but it certainly looks like a scene. That video had almost 300,000 views. Now it was heading up there in the 200,000 views late yesterday evening, and I went to look at other media here in LA, some of their Twitter X accounts, and they had the exact same story. In fact, they had the better photo of the three cars hitting the side of the bus, but their views were so low. They had like maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people. We had like 200,000 views on the same story, and we're talking about these are major TV channels here in LA, Channel 7, Channel 4, Fox 11. And I thought, my gosh, maybe we are like your official news source for LAX. I'm like, how did we get almost 300,000 views on that story when the news stations have a broader reach? Flight to JFK, rolling down to 24 left. Lufthansa A380 making its way to the gates of Tom Bradley.
Delta heavy contact, look at departure. Over to Delta 939, good night.
Another video I posted yesterday, which had over 300,000 views on Twitter X, was because we clip highlights from our shows the next morning. So if you don't follow us on Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter X, all three accounts pretty much get the same videos for the most part. Instagram might be missing a few videos here and there, and that's only because Instagram is kind of weird on runtime on certain things. So, but in terms of show clips, the clips that we clip from the main show, so like you'll find the highlights from today on tomorrow's post. Well, anyway, so one of the things that happened on our Sunday show on Sunday was a China Southern A350-900 that got diverted here to LAX. It was the route it was flying, and I believe this is any given day, is Mexico City to Tijuana, and then Tijuana, I believe, to Guangzhou or wherever it flies to. I'm not quite sure where the destination is. But Sunday, there was, I believe, some fog down there near San Diego, Tijuana. So the Airbus A350 with China Southern diverted here to LAX. It landed before we went live, but we saw it actually take off. It headed back to Tijuana after a couple hours here at LAX, taking off here on the north side at 24 left. I posted that video on all 3 accounts, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter X. For whatever reason, that clip on Twitter X got 300,000 views. I don't know why. Sometimes those videos take off because somebody retweets it or shares it on another profile, and then it just takes off. I think a lot of people were kind of amazed that China Southern flies in Mexico City to Tijuana, and then I believe it's Guangzhou is where they end up going. But I think a lot of people didn't realize that they would fly that route. Maybe that caught the interest.
Okay, 41 OHR, 12506, runway 24 right, clear to land. Delta 2198 on Abdel Ray, runway 24
So,
left, clear for takeoff.
we post a lot of these clips in hopes that, well, maybe you couldn't catch the show and you want to see the highlights. That's the first reason why we do it. The second reason is, well, I'll be honest with you. The second reason why we do that is because it does generate another income for the channel. Not huge by any means, but it does create another income source for the channel on Facebook and Twitter. We don't make any money on Instagram. But for whatever reason, Instagram does not allow you to make money. They used to, and now they don't. I'm not quite sure what's up with that. That's the second reason. Third reason is that the reach on Facebook, we have over 1 million, almost 1.1 million followers on our Facebook account. And that reach on Facebook is huge. A lot of people still are on Facebook. A lot of people use Facebook a little differently than they did in the past. Maybe it's more, they're in the aviation. Maybe they just log in on their accounts to kind of follow aviation accounts. Whatever it may be, the reach on Facebook is really good. And I think there's been a lot of people, raise your hand if you're in the chat, if you found Airline videos live on Facebook and said, I didn't even know this existed. We get a lot of those comments where they're like, I had no idea that there was a live stream in an airport with commentators. I had no idea. When I see comments like that, I'm like, keep posting, keep posting. So the reach is good, which brings in new people that may not know of anything about these channels. So there's 3 big reasons why we do that, and it takes some time to do that, and you have to be committed to it every day. I do it every single day. I make the coffee, and I post. That's my morning ritual. Southwest Airlines flight 2425 heading to Vegas, 737-800. Next arrival is Delta Airlines flight 841 coming up from Salt Lake City in A321neo. It looks like we do a pit tab as a north side arrival, followed by possibly American Airlines flight 137 coming up from London Heathrow, 777-200ER. So where was I? Oh, I was talking about the views on different accounts. Yeah. Social media to me, and it's always been this way, I'm always intrigued by it because I'm always interested in what gravitates people toward watching your video and what doesn't. I think I've learned a lot in the last, well, at least 5 years. I've learned that people don't have attention spans, so you got to get to it within 10 seconds. If you don't, people tune away. Certainly 20 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, the attention span for a normal video, you lose it after a minute 20. That was the attention span 10 years ago. Minute 20. You know what the attention span is now? 10 seconds. You've gone from 120 to 10 seconds. If you don't catch people's attention within 10 seconds, they're moving on. And that has to do with TikTok and all that jazz. Before TikTok and, oh gosh, I can't remember what that other, what was that other short video? It disappeared. I was kind of shocked when it disappeared. I'll think of it. But all you had basically in social media video was YouTube, and that's when you had that 1 minute 20 second catch people's attention before it's too late. And now, before they even think about it, it's too late. They've moved on. That'll probably change to 5 seconds here in the next 5 years. You got 5 seconds. Social media. Oh, Vine. Yeah. Vine. That's what I was thinking of. Vine. If anybody remembers Vine. You remember Vine? I liked Vine. Because what you had, like, didn't you have like only 10 seconds to make a video? It was like 10 seconds. It was quick. Allison says it's coming back. I would be okay with that. I liked Vine. You didn't have, I mean, you had to think too hard. Well, you did have to think. Because you only had 10 seconds to work with, but production-wise, you didn't have to, waste your whole day on one video. You could just shoot something in 5 seconds, post it. It's a flight coming from Lisbon on that A330 Neo. Oh, Snapchat. I never got into Snapchat. I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand Snapchat. I still can't understand Snapchat. That's why I never got into it. Snapchat was meant to, I hate to say this, but wasn't it meant to send photos or people that you didn't? I think the whole philosophy of Snapchat originally was send a photo, something that people can't record or take a snapshot of, and it will disappear within a second. And that didn't work out very well, right? Everyone can save everything. But I don't know. I never got into Snapchat. I never understood it. All right, up next, the American 777-200ER, the flight coming from London Heathrow, flight 137. Some heavies heading toward us here on the north side for takeoff. That would include ETA, flight 621 heading back to Rome, a 2-year-old A330 Neo, as well as Air France flight 23 heading back to Paris and a 777-300ER. Emirates already pushing back as well. Emirates flight 216 heading back to Dubai in the A380 Super. Keep on asking about the this is not smog, it's not pollution. I know it looks like that because the way the position of the sun, it looks kind of yellow orangish. This is just haze. It's fog. It's a hazy day, foggy day.
2473 2607.
Guaranteed, if that was smoke, I would not be standing here right now.
61 heavy, LA tower, my 24 left, line up and wait. And what's Tower 61 heavy? Tower 61 heavy or my 24 left, line up and wait. Tower 61 heavy, line up and wait, 24 left.
All right, this A330 landing on the south side today, now taking off here on the north side.
Tower 61 heavy on Abdel Ray from my 24 left, set for takeoff. Abdel Ray, yes, takeoff from Tower 61 heavy.
arrived here. A little turn and burn action there on 24 left.
Airframe 23 X-ray heavy, LA Tower, the full length from my 24 left, line up and wait, cross and wait triple left. Okay, left 3033 at Victor, cross coming 24 left, turn left to Mango and ground point 65. At Victor, cross 24 left.
All right, Air France up next. Flight heading back to Paris.
Tower 61 heavy contact, still down departure with you.
Local departure is out of 69, continue.
By the way, an updated arrival time for Lufthansa Flight 456. Now we're arriving just before 7 p.m. Estimated now at 6:57. 6:57. Of course, you can catch her arrival on our 24-hour live stream from High Top de Ichital over there in Aviation Plus. Arriving almost 6 hours late. Oh my. American A321 arriving 24 right as Air France 777 at 300 ER now rolls down at 24 left heading back to Paris.
Tower 3812, LA Tower, my 24 right, clear to land.
This pesky fog just will not go away here today.
Hotel departure, good day. Coast Bound South, 157. American 2473 at Whiskey Cross.
We do have EVA Air Flight 12, Flight 12, coming in from Taipei at 777 at 300 ER, wearing the Star Alliance livery. Just over Santa Monica will be here in about 7 minutes. Emirates A380 Super should be starting its taxi up here to the north side within minutes. Our next arrival is Delta Connection, SkyWest Flight 3812, coming in from Sacramento, an E-Jet. JetBlue heading to JFK, Flight 2124, and A321 heading over to 24 left, followed by Southwest Airlines Flight 2863 heading to San Jose, 737 700.
963, no problem. Turn left here at Romeo, back taxi from on runway 24 left full length, runway 24 left minus 1
Yeah, a little back taxi.
Left on Romeo, back taxi 24 left full length, line up the way, Southwest 2863.
Yes, the Southwest flight will back taxi, backtrack.
I say again?
Left turn left Echo 7 and back taxi Southwest 2863.
Left here at Echo 7 and back taxi, Southwest 2863.
Right, the Southwest flight will cut in front of the JetBlue. Maybe. Go for it, Southwest. This must look horrible on your big screen TVs today. in the Southwest flight heading to San Jose. It's a 19-year-old 737-900. I'm sorry, 700. 900. They don't even have 900. 700.
Takeoff 24 left, RNAV Del Rey, Southwest 2853.
Emirates making its way up here to the north side. Flight 216 heading back to Dubai. That JetBlue flight heading to JFK. Now making its way, as you see, Emirates barely making its way up here for north side at takeoff. I'll make the right-hand turn onto taxiway Echo. Emirates silhouette. GE with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, GE. Says that fog hamper ATC view for takeoffs. Yes, it can. I don't know if today might not be that much of an issue, but certainly, yeah, when it's foggy and cloudy, low clouds, they can't see outside the towers. They certainly have to rely on their instruments. Again, this technically really isn't eddy. This is just a hazy fog. The eddy, the real eddy, as we've seen, is Eddie's chunky. Eddie's a thick cloud base. You've seen it. Eddie just rolls in off the ocean. You can see Eddie miles away. This is, I don't know how to describe it. It's more of a misty fog. It's yucky. Eddie looks better. But Eddie is more of a thicker type of fog. I think this is what you're going to... I mean, I'll be honest with you. The temperature got a little bit cooler and the fog really didn't change. In fact, I think it got worse. So as we move on into the evening, I think what you're seeing right now is pretty much what we're going to get for the remainder of the day. I don't think it will improve. And then again, it's LA weather. You never know. It changes within a heartbeat. It looks eerie. It looks like that A380 is about to come and eat up the Southwest 737. I'm coming for you. The Southwest 737-700 heading to Oakland, flight 756. Next arrival is at Eva Air 777-300ER, coming up from Taipei, flight 1 and 2 in the Star Alliance livery.
Bravo 76, I'm in 24 left, line up that way. Oh, 24 left, by the boys, up 766. Thank you. Approved as requested. Eva 012 Heavy, LA, tower runway 24 right, clear to land. 24 right, clear to land. Eva 012.
see that EVA 777, the Southwest flight lined up. Christopher Brown, 89 with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. Is looking forward to for your A350 flight. Maybe the LA 28. We don't have any flights on an A350 coming up. We did the flight to Atlanta, but that's been canceled. So we canceled that flight on that A350, if that's one you're referring to.
Delta 756 on Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. On Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 756. We're in 216 super left, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
All right, line up and wait for the A380 Super as the EVA 777 in the Star Alliance livery is our next arrival here on the north side on 24 right. All ready to go. They're on the 24 left.
EVA 01 Chevy at Whiskey Cross, runway 24 left, and contact ground point 65.
Runway 24 left, ground 11.65, confirm?
Confirm.
Good day.
Good day.
So EVA will now cross over. CRS has those red lights. They're on the active runway. These red lights mean that do not go. A plane is now crossing over the active runway.
Emirates 216 Super, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Wind 240 at 7.
You hear that, Emirates? Someone's blowing the whistle for you. That means go.
1650 LA tower, 2506, runway 24 right for the land.
In to the soupy mess. Emirates goes.
Emirates 216 Super, contact SoCal departure.
Emirates, line, take cover.
Police 18, LA helicopters. Police 18, Citadel Bravo, airspace, block 0204, LA altimeter
as much as I love looking at this site called LAX, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. Though it looks ugly here today, and I'm looking at the radar. Really nothing much coming in. Of course, Lufthansa, the Queen, arriving just before 7 p.m. You can catch that on the 24-hour live stream. I think I'm going to wrap things up here today. I think it's been a good live stream. Not a ton of action, though enough. Of course, we got those flyover shots here on 24 left, including that Asiana A380 Super and a bit more. So not a bad day of live plane spotting action. Of course, we'll be back on Thursday. Before we do that, I'd like to give a shout out to our Emerald and Diamond members here on the channel. We're bringing back, here we go, last arrival just in time, Southwest, Illinois 1 delivery, coming in from Phoenix. Beautiful livery. One of my favorites. Welcome to foggy LA, Illinois 1. All right. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in. Thank you for your awesome support. Thanks for listening to your crazy host all day long with my crazy stories. Thanks, you guys. From the bottom of my heart, if you guys weren't here earlier, maybe you'll go back and rewatch the replay. I kind of told you the history of how Airline Videos and Airline Videos Live came to be, and there was some up and downs in life, just like anybody's life, certainly for the Plane Jockey Kevin. But as you know, I'm very transparent about everything, and I think it's very important to be open and honest about what occurred before I started being your plane jockey, because if that all didn't happen, I wouldn't be here for you right now. And you all took me away from that crazy job that I had to be your plane jockey full-time, and I can't thank you guys enough. From the bottom of my heart, I truly mean it. I would not be here if it wasn't for all of you. I can say that to the end of the day, but I truly do mean it. You guys, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. All right. We'll see you guys back on Thursday. I'll let you know if we're going to Ontario. Find out something or another in the next 24 hours. If not, we'll be high atop the H Hotel starting at noon. Back high atop the H Hotel. We'll be back for the big Sunday show starting at 10 a.m. Pacific on Sunday. Rudy will be there. My dad will be there. Hopefully you'll be there as well. And then next week, we'll take you to Phoenix, Arizona, PHX for some live streaming next week. All right, we'll see you guys back on Thursday. Thanks to our great mods, always doing a great job as well. We'll see you guys soon here on Airline Videos Live. Guys on Thursday from all of us here at Airline Videos Live. Good night, everyone.